This conference will now be recorded.
Boy. All right, I'll start over.
Sorry, Rich.
Compliance with the Open Public Meetings Law, I wish to state that on February 19, 2021, the notice of this budget workshop of the Upper Township Committee was posted on the official Township bulletin board, the Upper Township website, and the Town Hall foyer, mailed to the Cape May County Gazette, the Atlantic City Press, the Ocean City Sentinel Ledger, the Herald Times, and filed with the Township Clerk. Tonight's budget workshop meeting will be available on the Upper Township website. I hereby directed this announcement be made a part of the minutes of this meeting. Call the roll, please.
Mr. Barr?
Here.
Mr. Coggins?
Here.
Mr. Corson?
Present.
Ms. Hayes?
Here.
Mayor Palumbo?
Here. And we'll forego the Pledge of Allegiance until we get to the regular scheduled meeting at 7:30. So with that, without further ado, I'm going to turn this over to Committeeman Coggins, and we can continue this discussion.
All right. What I'd like to do first is just briefly go over the agenda for tonight. What I want to start with is a pro forma financial model that we worked out for the beach tag P&L expenses. Also, our budget reduction state. Following that, we will touch on the clerk's budget, the engineering budget, the EMS budget, legal, construction, zoning, planning, and we're going to finish up with insurance. Any questions on that?
Sounds good, John.
Okay, hearing none. Paul, if you wouldn't mind, could I ask you to allow me to share my screen? I'm going to hit the screen button.
Hang on 1 second, John. I can do that.
Okay.
You should be good, John. You can hit the screen button.
All right, just got to get some of this stuff out of my way, and let's see, down there. Get this out of here. I'm going to move this over a little bit. Okay. Now, starting with the beach tag budgets, I want to start out with the assumptions that we used to put this model together. The assumptions are that the sale price of a beach tag, and that would be full price during regular season, would be $25. Any third-party vendor who are selling beach tags, and that would include like one of the apps, or perhaps if there would be a local merchant who may be participating in our beach tag sales, our revenue from those tags would be $23 per tag. Our preseason revenue per tag would be $20 per tag. In terms of the number of beach tags sold, we're assuming that we're going to sell 5,000. 2,000 of those will be sold at the regular full season summer price. 1,000 of them through third-party vendors, and 2,000 of them would be preseason discount sales. In terms of our beach tag collectors, or I'm sorry, our beach tag inspectors, we're looking at an hourly wage of $12.50 with a 4-hour shift during the week. For a number of heads per shift during the week, there would be 2. The weekend or holiday shift hours would be 6 hours per inspector, and we would have 4 inspectors on duty during that time. We would be looking at procuring an inventory of 6,000 beach tags, and for the position of head beach inspector, whoever that may be, that would be a designated employee of the township, or perhaps somebody who's not a current employee. Their salary would be $145 a week. The anticipated revenue from our beach tag sales would be a total of $113,000. $50,000 of that from our full price sale, $23,000 of that from our third party sales, and 40,000 of that from our discount sales. Our total labor expenses, and that would be fully loaded, that's the 1250 plus the 13.25% overhead that we have to tack onto it for FICA and unemployment and the other deductions that we're required by law to make. The labor cost would be $17,865. Supplies for the beach tag inspectors, that would include uniforms and whatever other supplies that they need to do their job, would come to about $11,000. And the cost of the beach inspector would be an additional $2,000 or $2,030 over top of the salaries of the laborers. Right. Based on those assumptions, we would be looking at a net income to the township of $82,252. I'm sorry, $215.
What's covered under supplies, John?
Okay. So I can pull that up. All right. So for supplies, we've got $600 worth of uniforms. We've got $8,700 is the cost of our beach tags. Personal protective equipment, which would be, sunscreen, water, whatnot. We're looking at probably $25 a week. That amounts to $339. Communications would be $500, and printing for information sheets would be $750. The total of that rolls up to $10,889.29.
Are you accounting for like masks and PPEs and everything else that these folks are probably going to be required to wear?
That would be included in our PPE per week.
John, where's the projected 5,000 tags sold? Where does that number come from? What are you basing that on?
Well, that number is based on a combination of the numbers that we have received from the lifeguards over the past 10 years.
And after multiple discussions with Bill Hanley and the counts, it's pretty much fits in line with where we had everything based on housing numbers and all that. So it all basically, that was the number I had before without Bill Hanley, but with Bill Hanley with his counts, that just solidifies everything.
And just if anybody has any, suggestions, I mean, for the purpose of this discussion, we can change any of these assumptions and we can take a look at what it actually does to the financial model.
Now, we talked before about security, right? Is that going to be a shared expense?
We've talked about security, and Curtis and I met with the state police, but we've got some ideas for that, and the security budget, which would be actually spread out over a couple other areas, would most likely top out in the area of $25,000.
And okay, would that be included in this budget?
Pardon me?
Would the revenue of the beach tag program cover some of that expense?
Well, the revenue of that beach tag program could cover some of the expense. We'd have to look into that, but what the beach tag revenue is supposed to do by law is offset our beach expenses. Now, our beach expenses far exceed $113,000. So, we've got plenty of offset there. And the $25,000 we would, necessarily put for improved security and protection within the island of Strathmere would fall, in a different slot of the budget.
And that's actually separate from our beach tag program, because that's something we have to do with or without the beach tag program.
Do you envision the beach inspector to be someone that's already on staff, like potentially someone and we have someone that's involved with the, the beach cleanup and those kind of things? I'm not sure if he's interested or whatever, but is that what your anticipation is? That are you looking to go outside for something like that?
Well, we could do either or. The idea is that the beach inspector will be responsible for making sure that the schedule is done for the shifts of the beach tag inspectors. They'll be responsible for making sure that they report to work when they're supposed to be there. In other words, that's going to be the person who, if someone can't come to work because, their dog ran away, is going to be reporting to, so we can make changes in the schedule as we fly. That person will also be responsible for at least 3 times a week checking the vending machine and making sure that the vending machine is stocked with product and all of the cash has been totaled up from the vending machine and turned into town hall. So that could be possibly a current employee or a new employee. We haven't really come up with a name for the head at this point.
And so you're not anticipating any of the beach taggers to be collecting money?
No, I don't think it's a good idea for the beach taggers to be handling money. The thought process for selling the beach tags would be we could sell them out of the recreation office at the community center. We would have the machine available, and possibly we would look at selling them perhaps out of the tax office in the municipal hall.
And with the Venmo app on your phone too.
That's right, Curtis. I'm sorry, I forgot that.
Yeah, because I think from an opportunity standpoint, the success of this will be if someone identifies somebody that doesn't have tags. I don't know that we can expect someone to get up and walk off the beach to go get tags. So, I mean, we have to be prepared to address that, because that could potentially be loss of income. I mean, I don't know. I mean, any other town I think that's doing this will tell you that there are people that are on the beach. They may or may not, especially in the first year, realize that potentially beach tags would be required. And to expect them not to be able to facilitate the sale on the beach is going to be very difficult. So, I think that's something that we need to work out. I mean, if I was on the beach and somebody said to me, well, you owe me $75, you have 3 people there, I'd be like, I'm not getting off the beach for that. I'll buy it for tomorrow. I mean, it really will avoid any confrontational issues if we address this.
And that was the idea of the information sheet that's going to be handed out, Rich, is to tell them where to get a beach tag. The logistics, the problem is if they take cash on the beach, that's got to be deposited that night. Or it's got to be secured somewhere.
Within 48 hours, technically. Within 48 hours, it has to be in the bank.
It's got to be secured somewhere.
Are we going to have signage at all for this?
That's the whole thing. All our signage has to change, because it's going to take many ordinances to do this. And yes, signage will have to change on every beach end.
Do we have a cost for that?
Well, the signage as well as the vending machine would be capitalized under our what we have in the bond for beach protection, and we do have adequate money to get that done.
Okay.
So have we accounted for, I mean, it sounds like, you have your potential staff in place, but have we accounted for something that happens every year when we get to the, second week of August, when, the kids return to school, and hopefully at some point that will happen with college students and those types of individuals. That's always a problem at the end of the year, at least even with the lifeguards. So, we really need to have a plan in place to think about that. I mean, because we're limited with staff. I could see how other towns really don't need that replacement. But we could find ourselves with the 4 people we ultimately hire. You know, I think we need to know what their position is, like with respect to leaving earlier or whatever, because, you know as well as I do, John, any of the southern schools all start, first or second week of August. So,
Well, that's
but I mean, it's
something.
always a problem we have with the lifeguards too. Like I was about to say, I'm sure like the towns that have multiple employees for beach taggers, probably, they're weaning down, what's left for the remainder of the year, but still have sufficient staff. I mean, I think we need to be cognizant of that as well.
Well,
Well, we
we're
have
also kind of thinking that this may be a job in Strathmere, not so much for college students, but perhaps for people who are here full-time, retired, looking for something to do. We need somebody, when we hire these people, the intent is to screen for people who are a little bit more mature, can handle situations delicately and tactfully. And, we're kind of thinking that may be better suited for people in a different age bracket.
Okay, I mean, that sounds interesting, but a lot of folks don't like the height of the day when it's hot. So that's why so many towns use younger people, because they don't mind being outside. So, I mean, I'm not trying to be contradictory here. I'm just trying to think about this whole process. I don't want to have us jump into something unless we have this plan in place, so that's why I'm asking these questions.
It's just like hiring lifeguards, Rich. We hire lifeguards every year knowing they're going to go back to college. I mean, it's part of the summer business. It's what everybody does down here.
Just to go back to the security end, John, do we have firm numbers on that organization we're looking at?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
So what's the process on this? If this is put into the budget, and obviously we have to have this discussion when we get to the main meeting, is this something that would be put on the books now in anticipation? Or do we have to really have, ordinances and everything that follows suit with all this in place before we can think about doing this?
Well, we'll most certainly have to add ordinances, and we're going to have to fast track the ordinance because of the fact, in order to get the revenue in the budget, it has to be allowed by ordinance.
And theoretically, how far out do you think you can implement this thing?
Memorial Day weekend.
So we're going to start selling on Memorial Day weekend.
No, they better be selling them ahead of time, because that's when you're supposed to buy the preseason. Unless
What's your plan on-
We can definitely
I was going to say, maybe we anticipate selling the off-season rate till July 1st or something. I mean, we certainly got to give the residents an opportunity to buy the $20 ones. That's what I'm going to buy, if that's what we decide to do.
Realistically, when could you start selling beach tags?
Well, we have to put an order in. We can't put an order in until we actually authorize to do it.
So when could they get you beach tags?
None of us.
If I said, Kurt, go ahead and order the beach tags, when will we get them? What would the lead time be?
Ed, I don't know, because I didn't call a vendor on it. I looked online to find out the price of their beach tags. I didn't look at the turnaround time.
Well, that's a pretty important part.
Obviously, if we wait till May 1st, we're not going to have them. If we order them now, we'll have them probably, I would think, within 30 days. I'm assuming.
But we really can't order them until we have the ordinance passed, right? I mean, we don't really know how the comment will be.
But that's a big part of it. I mean, if you can't get your beach tags, then we're dead in the water again.
I think we can order them prior to the ordinance being passed. We're taking a little bit of a risk there, but provided the fact that everybody is on board with going forward with this, I think it's safe to make that expenditure.
How about the vending machine? How quick do you get the vending machine?
Scott, are you still? Scott?
Yeah, as far as the tags are concerned, I was advised it was just a couple weeks. There may be a little bit longer period of time if we do any of the graphics that we had preliminarily discussed. As far as the vending machine, actually, that's probably going to be the same, if not a lesser amount of time, because they have those machines already. It's just a matter of getting the supplies, which in this case would be the beach tags, to install. The vending machines are the easy part. It's the vending machine itself is kind of very similar to like your snack machines that have the metal coil that, you know, when you select a snack, you put your money in and you retrieve an item. So the machines themselves are not that's not that difficult turnaround time.
Have we identified a place to put that type of machine?
No, we have not, because we haven't made a decision if we want to do this. Once we make a decision,
Okay.
I will reach out and identify a position.
Well, here's what I'm thinking, and the reason why I've suggested that we at least use our property is that, and maybe we can build some sort of, I almost like think of like a command post, like a soldier post or whatever, so that it's covered, is that vending machines in general are going to get clogged at some point. So we're going to need to have somebody at least identify to whoever that beach inspector, whatever the position is, to be able to unclog it. Because the last thing we want is to forego sales because we're not functioning, you know.
The vending machine, Rich, has multiple things. So if one clogged up, you would go to the next one. But that being said, the vending machine is not an outside machine. It's got to be completely inside a building.
And what happens if there is a clog? Like, how are we going to refund the people that if they lose their money for whatever reason?
The one I looked at in Strathmere, or in Seattle, had a notice there. You filled out a notice. You dropped it in the machine. And when the machine was reconciled, it had name and phone number, contact information, is what you put on your notice. I actually have a copy of it, I think, right here. So I did pick that up because yes. It's I don't know if you can see it.
Looks yellow.
It says report an issue for vending machine, name, phone number, date of problem, and item number. Brief description of the issue, and you dropped it. They would reconcile the machine, and if it checked out that there was one tag in it too many and it didn't function, they would contact the people and refund their money or get them the tag that didn't drop. But vending machines everywhere are malfunction. That's just the nature. And I did ask the clerk in Seattle there how many problems she had last year with selling 4,000 tags out of the machine. And I think she said there was 2 malfunctions. So 2 out of 4,000 is good average. You're going to have, if you were hand selling them with using human beings, you're going to have 2 mistakes out of 4,000.
What do we have planned for online purchasing?
That would be the Venmo app.
Okay, and so how's that work, and how do we get set up for that?
Scott?
That's it's not just to correct, John. It's Vimply. It's an app that works through your smartphone, and you just apply for it, and then all those proceeds would go directly into a digital account that would be coordinated through our finance department.
And how long would it take to get that set up?
Again, that's another relatively easy situation. Again, I would probably say no less than or no more than 2 weeks once we make a decision and move forward with it. The individual setup obviously is done by the customer. It's just a matter of educating the public to go to this particular app and put it on your phone.
Now,
and that's all pretty much self-explanatory.
And they don't get a physical beach tag though, right? It's on the phone.
Yeah. At some point they do, and it basically is with a QR, the QR code process. So the beach tag person, when the person comes to the beach and has already purchased through this app, they scan that against their smartphone, and they would be physically issued the tags. So if they bought 3, they would be the QR code, and the app would integrate, and the information would be provided that person paid for 3 beach tags.
And they could actually use the Viply app and download it and get their tag on the beach for the pet tagger, probably.
Correct. And that would obviously preclude any actual money exchange.
Well,
Or they
let's
could
go
stop
back.
There has to be accountability for the tags based on the QRC.
Yes.
So if it says 3, that's all you can give. So that means that the beach taggers will be carrying tags with them then.
Possible. They could also stop at our community center or our tax office and pick them up too.
Curtis, no vacationer is going to go there. That's like the distance for anybody that's on vacation. Sorry, I don't think we can expect that at all.
I'm not expecting it, Rich, but you're asking what can
No, I
happen.
think it's a discussion we have to have. That's all. I'm not trying to be critical. Just thinking of things that, I mean, it's just a process that we have to talk about.
I know, but that is an option for people if they choose to do that.
If I can interrupt for a minute, we're getting pretty far down the road into operational issues. Our time is limited, and we do have something on the agenda later this evening that we can, get into some of the mechanics of this. I guess the most important question right now, are there any questions pertaining to exclusively the financial issues right now? Okay, and with everybody's approval, then I'm going to move on because we are now down to about an hour to get the rest of this meeting complete. Everybody good?
Yep.
Thanks. Okay, share screen. This out of here. This up here. All right. Moving on. The reductions that we have made to date to stay within the cap are, we have eliminated a $2,000 donation. We've got a $1,500 change in the salary wage line for the township engineer. We've eliminated a $20,000 for potential Pine Hill rent study. We've eliminated $2,100 in Upper Township TV. Our EMS chief has reduced the EMS budget by about $39,000. We've had a change of $1,600 in the crossing guard salary and wage line, and we have removed $40,000 from our shore protection. That's the total savings that happened after the 125 meeting. That was total savings of $106,450. After our last meeting, the clerk has reduced the budget by $6,800. Finance salary and wages have reduced by $56,000. The computer budget has been reduced by $5,000. Municipal court O&E by $13,000. Recycling salary and wages have been changed by $44,000. The Board of Health operating expenses have been reduced by $10,000. Beach patrol salary and wage has been reduced by $65,000. That's based on reduced hours and 8 stands. That also includes, we've also in that line added the salaries in for the beach taggers. Celebration line has been reduced by $6,000, and that is based on number one, we will not be having the Easter celebration or the spring fling celebration this year. All right. We also had to add an additional $4,800 in gypsy moth spraying because of the anticipated acreage that we were going to have to cover. So that represents a reduction of an additional $142,550. That is for a total reduction of $249,000 to date. Okay, what we are looking to do as we go through tonight, we're looking to reduce the engineer consulting fees by $30,000. We're looking for a reduction in salary and wages in the municipal court for $15,000. From the road department, based on the approved union contract, we have a salary and wage reduction of $5,000 over what was initially budgeted. We're removing $14,000 from the demo unsafe structures. We are looking at a reduction of $2,300 in recycling salary and wages, $4,100 in trash salary and wages, and again, that is part of the completion of the union negotiation. All right.
John, I can interrupt. That is,
sure.
We do not have that completed yet, the contract.
Okay. Buildings and ground salary wages, we're looking at $4,900. And beach patrol / operating expense, we're looking at a reduction of $160,000 because we had initially put in, we had initially plugged in a number of $200,000 for our beach taggers / parking enforcement. So that would give us another total of $235,350 for a total reduction of $484,350. All right. So with that, I'd like to move on to the clerk's budget. If everybody could turn to that page in your book. The way I'd like to get through this tonight, just for the sake of brevity, is I'd like to ask everybody to take a good look at what we have. Originally, the 2021 proposed budget was $55,000. It's been reduced to $48,850. So as you look through the line items, please ask any questions that you may have. Or if there's anything that you want to add, please speak up now rather than go through each individual line.
Barbara, is the Westlaw, is that for the court system? Why is that on your budget?
Westlaw is on my budget because we use that to look up various statutes and laws that are needed to prepare certain ordinances and resolutions and things of that nature. So my office uses it. It's actually split between my office and the assessment office. They also use it.
Okay.
Barbara, did you have anything that you wanted to add?
I just wanted to explain a big part of the reduction that I found in my budget was for the display ads. Since we won't be having, I won't be in charge of ads for different events, various events. Those ads will now be charged to, I believe, the celebration line or the sports and recreation line if we do happen to have an event. So that was a big reduction. Mainly the display ads that I would be having would be for the rabies clinics that we have. Those ads we have to, we put those in the paper. And if I were to advertise anything for under a display ad, such as like for the elections or something like that. Most of the ads that I do in my office are legal ads. So you'll see there's a pretty large line there for the legal advertising, which the average cost, for an ordinance can sometimes run, a couple $100 sometimes, depending on the size of the ordinance. Let's see. Any questions on anything else?
Looks like it's in line to me.
All right. With that being said, let's move ahead to the engineering department, and let's use the same format. Everybody have a look at this. What we're looking to do is for the consultant costs, we're looking to drop that $60,000 budget request down to 30, and ask the committee to present any of their questions first. Following that, Paul, any comments that you think would be certainly appreciated.
Okay. All right. I mean, most of the budget is, pretty stable. The general is survey, miscellaneous engineering that covers a lot of, if we go to miscellaneous grants and stuff like that to cover survey costs for upcoming projects and other miscellaneous supplies and stuff and printing costs that are done out of my office. The GIS and tax map maintenance, that covers our online GIS program that my office uses, the clerk's office, zoning office uses, and Megan uses it somewhat. It also allows the general public to gain access to a lot of the geographical information and information about the different tax parcels within the township. The training and seminars is for continuing education classes and registrations. Floodplain management, we're looking at to continue enhancing our CRS program and floodplain information. There's a computer program that FEMA is looking for more and more tracking of different things, and one of the harder things that I have to track in that construction office is unable to track directly is for substantial improvements, meaning when people do small improvements to their home, we have to keep track of them. So if they accumulate to be more than 40% of the value of the house, they may have to make improvements to their house that would include raising their house to meet the FEMA NFIP standards for flood insurance. So we need a way to be able to track that kind of information. The NJDEPs, those are fees that for all of our different Highlands grants and stormwater management fees. I guess the only thing that changed that came off of that was we don't have to monitor for the landfill any longer. So that's where a lot of those fees are charged. And then the consultant costs are really projects that are requested by Township Committee that need outside consulting. The projects that we're looking at is, it's actually one of the items that's being discussed later on the agenda, living shoreline over in Strathmere, to extend that kind of project, and continued for redevelopment plans enabling us to hire Tiffany, our planner, to work with us in the planning board in developing potential redevelopment plans, whether it's for BL England redevelopment or for Memorial Town Center, which also would include some wastewater. Some of the wastewater might be able to take out of the bond. I think in one of the bonds, I think it was the 2016 or 2018, we did put some inclusion for wastewater development in that bond. So that could, some of that engineering consulting costs could come out of that bond as part of the project. So it's really depending on what projects you are. Like last year, we added on the parking study and the redevelopment plan. So those were some things that necessarily weren't anticipated at budget time, but came up during the course of the year that you asked us to take a look at, and which needed an outside consultant to help us.
What other consulting costs did we have last year, Paul?
I think Tiffany with the plan endorsement, not plan endorsement, but doing a re-exam. She finished up the re-exam for us, and started, she did the area need of redevelopment and a redevelopment plan for BL England. So that's covered those costs. We had the parking study. So I think those were the two costs, when you look at the 2020 actual, I think those were the two costs for that. So it's really depending on
what do you think? You think it could drop back to like 30 grand or what?
Well, not if you're looking at, if we're looking at doing redevelopment for BL England, if we have to take it to the next step, it could be in the 10 to 15 range easily for Tiffany to kind of continue on that process, realizing that the developer will probably pick up the lion's share of the actual planning costs. It'll be more for Tiffany and myself to review and help coordinate some of the nuts and bolts of it. But when you look at the proposal that we got for that living shoreline, if you broke it down into phases, I believe the first phase was around $32,000 just to kind of get some baseline documentation that we had from the one consultant that that has some familiarity with that project. So it all depends on what you guys want to accomplish for this year. If I don't think you can do both the living shoreline and BL England redevelopment with just 30,000 now.
So we got to prioritize as far as what our projects are going to be, and we will have to say that BL England's probably the number one issue we got right now.
I would think that's a revenue, future development for the township. So that's obviously a direct.
Could either one of these
impact
fit
to the
under
township.
capital? Could either one of these fit under capital improvement?
You might be able to move the living shoreline to a capital improvement, but you'd have to institute a bond to set up that capital fund to make expenditures under that. None of our existing bonds have that as a capital line description. Curtis?
Okay. What do we have to? Is there money left over in a bond where we could change that? Barbara? Barbara Spiegel still here?
I think looks like we lost her.
She was having problems with her computer, so I think she said she had signed on by phone. I don't know if she had a problem with that as well.
Oh, hang on a second. Hey, Barbara, you caller 6? Barb Luty? I'd had a caller come in and there was giving some feedback, but she's still online. So, Barb Luty, if you're on the phone, I unmuted you, so you should be able to talk if you unmute yourself.
Yep, there you go.
She just arrived.
There she.
Here I am. I was on the phone, but obviously you couldn't hear me. As far as repurposing a bond, whatever your needs are, we could certainly repurpose a bond. It's up to you.
Do we have money? Do we have $30,000 that we can repurpose in the bond?
That depends on if another department wants to give up a project or whatever. there are some funds in the bonds that don't appear to be used at the moment, but I know Kim has some recreation concerns. There's other issues as well, so.
We also have some, like the boat ramp project later, I was gonna be talking about later, maybe possibly, that still has to go out to bid. So, maybe after that was bid, you would have a better feel if there would be money left over after that project comes in this year.
So John, this is a suggestion, why don't you cut it to 50,000 for now? That's 10,000 less. It still gives ample amount of money until we figure out, how we can, facilitate some of these other projects if we decide we want to move forward with it. At least you can pick up some money from it because, it doesn't sound like we need the whole 60,000 anyway, so.
Okay, well, that's a start. Moving back, can we cut the GIS and tax map maintenance to 5,000? And that'll give us 15. We were looking for 30.
Let me look at what their proposal had again.
Isn't that an ongoing project that we have with the GIS mapping for the tax
No,
department?
that project is done. I mean, they're still working on it, but that was a contract price, and that excuse me, that is complete. It was $1,200 for the hosting online, and then we have $4,800 for the data viewer online, and then another $4,000 for updates. So I mean, depending on how many updates we have, and Megan in the tax office is going through a lot of consolidations and changes. I mean, you might be able to squeeze 2 out of there, but I'd be.
I'm just throwing it out there because, with reducing the consultant cost by 10,000, we're still going to need to pick up another 20,000 somewhere.
If we can have Barbara Ludi determine if potentially that one project, the shoreline project, can be moved to a capital expense, I think then we can wiggle more out of that particular 60,000. I think it's something that we need to talk a little bit more about, and I would agree with Ed. Like at this point, this priority for now and for the future is we got to make sure we have enough funds to take care of the the BL England opportunity as well. So, I mean, the future of Upper Township is at that project, potentially if things move forward.
I agree with that.
Yes, definitely.
So Barbara, if you could look into that and maybe get back to us. I would put a star there, John. We have 10 now, we have 50 now, and potentially you might be able to get a little bit more out of that. So.
Got it. All right. Shall we move on from engineering to our computer budget?
So, Rich, this is your favorite, isn't it?
Oh, you know me. Like I'd like to know what we're spending with computer software.
Where am I at?
You just want me to start rolling through the summary?
Yeah,
John?
let's just go through it quickly, Paul.
Sure. The computer services, the first section, those are kind of our monthly services that we have outside consulting with. Obviously, the big lump of that is for Insero to do their monthly maintenance and maintaining our computers and being on call whenever we kind of need assistance to keep our computer systems running. The next line item was Azure, where they've kind of done all the behind the scenes work. They're just about ready to roll it up. We're about maybe a month and a half behind where we thought we were going to be implementing that, but we should be able to roll that out the first week in March.
So why the significant increase? I mean, I realize that there's funding that needs to be put in place so that we have our own quote unquote cloud, but why that much of an increase?
Because that if you remember from last year, we didn't implement really Azure last year. We started it, but we didn't have the monthly costs because we didn't roll it out. We didn't actually start paying for it until they spun the servers up in the cloud. So they only spun them up, I think, the last half of November. So we only really paid for December and a little bit in November to spin them up while they were building everything out. So that's why it shows it as an increase.
We were told that we were going to see a reduction in Insero, right? The monthly service or whatever. So that is up to 53,724. And now you're telling me that the Azure is 44,000. So where did we see any reduction from the software company? I mean, as I recall, everyone was pounding their chest. We're saving money because we're going to save money because we have these things in place, and it looks like we've gone up. We have almost $100,000 budget on the first two line items.
Well, I think when we talked I think Scott was exacerbating some of the increase, but the decrease, but the actual decrease was in the 20. If you look at the 2020 budget, was at 54,200, and we're dropping down to 53,700. So that was where there was a slight decrease in the monthly service.
That's $500.
Well, I'm not saying Scott was just happy that it went down. I mean, that's
that's not.
Let's look at it. Wait a minute. Let's look at our actual spend in 2020, Paul. We're 44,000 actual spend, and we're going to $53,000. I mean, that's like a 20% increase.
Well, John, I don't know if that actual spend is to date actual. I mean, that was probably the actual when we put the worksheet together back in December. Well, we still had invoices rolling in through January that was paying for 2020 invoicing. So, that in this case, you can't really look at what the 2020 actual is because it's not year-end actual. It was the actual that was for the budget, and that goes for every line item that we've been discussing for the last 3 meetings. This isn't just a nuance with the computer budget. I mean, if you go back in, we're still, you still might be getting we probably got most of our bills now that you probably could put in an actual, but when we started the budget hearings in January, we were still getting, every department was still getting bills.
I can tell you the actual. It's 52,214.
Okay.
So the AVISAC is the security awareness. That's the system that helps us do our email monitoring and computer training. The computer video obviously was pretty light this past year, and maybe that's somewhere where you could probably make some minor cuts in because that was paying for the service for Anthony to be sitting at the meetings doing the video recording, and then another company to video edit the meeting and put it up on our YouTube channel. So if we see that we're going to be continuing with GoToMeeting for the foreseeable future, there is that cost that you could see as a savings. The web page is for obviously making both the annual updates and routine updates that the clerk's office and my office can't make website changes. Software maintenance is for all of the different, and some of the departments kind of lump their software maintenance and annual supports into the computer budget, and some people kind of keep it within their department. But this kind of covers a lot of things. The lion's share comes out of this line is for Edmonds, and especially because that's a multi-department uses that software. It's our Sonic Walls, National Time to cover some of our payroll functions. Office 365, that's probably a little over $12,000, $13,000 just for all of our Office 365 and emails. And then there's some sharing with OEM and Public Works with W2H. That's a GIS software to keep track of vehicle placements and movements throughout the township. And then we also have my engineering and software. Looking at hardware replacement, that's a cost that, for items that aren't department related, whether we need new printers, department type style printers, or computers within that somebody hasn't budgeted for, that comes out of hardware replacement. Project costs, we only had the one project, and initially we were looking at a larger amount to continue archiving the planning and construction office and the other departments, and I know we've already taken 5 out of that and dropped that down. So that's the only major project that we were looking at adding this year, was to continue that project.
So let's get back to line number 2. All right.
Okay.
What is the reason, again, why it's gone up so significantly? I mean, what is their monthly charge? Like what is the actual monthly charge?
The monthly charge is $3,400 a month.
Well, that's $40,800.
Yeah, I get it.
We could take 3,500 out of it.
Well, how can you take 3,500 out?
Monthly charge is 400. You run that out by 12 months, it's $41,000.
Yeah, you're 41,000 minus 44,600. So that's where the 3,500 comes from. It's really 3,600.
Well, I was airing the caution and said, I don't.
I'm all for keeping our security in place and keeping us upgraded so that we're not hacked and all this other stuff. But I don't want to be bending to any more software, upgrades and everything else that, potentially, like we're as sophisticated right now as probably any municipality, maybe in South Jersey.
And this was our last upgrade that instead of, if you recall, we're doing this instead of doing the larger capital expenditure of replacing our servers. So that was the cost. We'll also see as we move forward, as we move over to full implementation, we'll be able to reduce some of our internet Comcast charges that are seen under the Buildings and Grounds Department. So by the end of the year, you'll be able to see a savings out of that department for some of our Comcast costs.
And the key word was last, right, Paul?
Yes.
Yeah, I believe that. I mean, it's just, these things continue to spiral in the wrong direction for us. And, we just really need to get a handle on this stuff.
If you look at our 2019 actual budget was at 179, so from 2019 to our 2021 proposed, we're down from 179 down to a request of 168. So,
But you're up from the 2020 proposed budget by $31,000.
No, the proposed 2020 budget was 168,520. So we're up maybe $300.
All right, so what you actually spent is up.
Well, the actual spend was 178,256. That does include a project that you approved at the very end of the year for the committee room.
15,000 for the computer.
Correct.
That will actually get most of that reimbursed. So we're pretty flat from last year's budget, and we're down 11,000 from 2 years ago. And if you actually continue going back, in 2018 our actual was 191,000. So we've come down and controlled those costs significantly from when Sarah first started coming in.
Oh.
And Rich, I can also add that moving forward, some of your hardware costs are going to be significantly reduced as a result of the cloud Azure platform. And when I say significantly, now moving forward, we would be buying computers that range anywhere from $350 to $400 per computer under the Azure system, as compared to probably close to $900 or $1,000 as we've been putting out in the past. So that's some of the significant change that I was talking about moving forward, implementing this particular platform. And then, like Paul said, some of those Comcast costs, they're significant costs that we pay annually. They're going to go away. So you are going to see, changes over this year. And then when we go to budget next year, there should be some significant cost reductions overall.
That would be good.
All right, John.
Okay, ready to move on? Let's move on to legal, please. I know, Barbara, maybe you can kind of walk us through this, if you don't mind. I don't think Dan's on.
Yeah, no, he's not. I did have a consultation with Dan when I put together the legal budget. After Dan and I reviewed the township's needs and whatnot, that's how we arrived at the numbers. If anyone has any questions, I will certainly try to answer them. If you look at the spreadsheet, I do kind of break out what the different costs are, different issues.
I guess if you roll through 2019 actual to 2020 actual, there's just a significant difference there. And I guess that was pretty much a result of some of these ongoing court claims that we've had. Also, some of that had to do, if I'm not mistaken, with our ongoing litigation for the affordable housing.
That's correct, along with, we had a lot of COVID-related expenses. We did have we needed a lot of legal advice getting through all the COVID matters, advising how to handle all of the different situations that we were faced with. So we did see a significant increase in our legal service budget because of COVID.
Okay. And we do anticipate some, additional expenses with, some of our upcoming tort claims or ongoing tort claims, and also the redevelopment issues that we have in front of us.
I think that's a number we're gonna have to stick with.
Agreed.
Yeah, I concur with that.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, shall we have a look at the construction office?
The construction office is pretty flat from where it was last year. Although the construction official has requested $15,000 in a line for demo of unsafe structures. I did speak with him about it. He's not, what he thought initially may be some structure, a structure that needs to come down. He's not sure that it will be needed. That could be some funds that we could cut if you felt it was necessary.
So if we bring that line down to $1,000, pick up a 14, and then if something does need to happen, we still have an open line item that we could perhaps reconcile with a budget transfer at the end of the year.
That's correct.
I think that's a good plan.
Yeah, the building that he had scheduled or was looking at, the owners actually stepped up and is doing something else, so that's a good thing.
That is a good thing.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at zoning. And Barb, I'll maybe ask you to take the lead on this as well.
Yeah, here again, the legal line here, sometimes it's hard to foresee what's needed. We did see an increase in some legal fees in this line and the planning line, although in 2020 we saw a decrease. So sometimes it's hard to put a finger on what some expenses are going to be. So the request in both the zoning and planning board remains pretty flat, although the spend was down. So
yes. If you look at 2019 actual spend was about 15,000. 2020 actual was 10.5, and our budget request for 2021 or our proposed would be 19,950. I'm wondering maybe if we take that 19,950 and drop that down to 17,450, taking 2,500 out of the legal line.
okay.
Because we remember we still got $20,000 to make up from our engineering.
Question, if an appeal happens on the zoning or planning board level, does that go, does it
It's
come out of
usually
this
charged.
line?
No, it's usually charged to this line.
Okay. It could be a problem. We might not want to lower that too much.
Are you okay with the 2,500 or not?
I mean, we still, if we pull it down 2,500, it still gives us a cushion of about 7,000 over the prior period spent.
Yes. I'm good with that.
I'm good with that too.
And let's walk it forward one more time to planning.
Again, it's these two budgets kind of mirror each other for the most part, although the legal fees are a little bit lower here. The request is a little bit lower here, and the spend is roughly half.
I mean, I think we could take another 2,500 there, John.
No,
I kind of think so too.
I think we better leave some cushion. There are some significant issues that are being talked, being discussed at planning and then, even potentially zoning. I'm okay if we take it out of one place, but I think we better keep, some attorney fees available.
Okay.
We'll leave planning alone then.
Yep.
Okay.
Let's take a look at our celebration line. So where we are now is at a request of 19,000 at a prior period of 7,000, keeping in mind that 7,000 was in a COVID year, so that's deceptively low. Our actual 2019 was 25,000. Now we already have a credit of 4,000 towards our fireworks, Barb.
I believe it's 2,200 for our fireworks.
Okay, so we've got
Carryover from a credit from last year.
okay. We did have a spring fling last year, so we don't anticipate one this year. There's nothing budgeted for it.
Actually, we didn't have a spring fling. That money was allocated towards the Easter eggs and the candy that we bought in anticipation until COVID hit. So
That's
money was
correct.
spent on the goodies, the Easter eggs and stuff that we do for the Easter egg hunt, which we never had. So
Right.
yeah, we didn't have a spring fling. That's what the 2,300 is for.
Okay.
Right.
Well, are we fairly comfortable with the 19,000 there?
I mean, I personally think that if we can have a July 4th celebration, it's something that everybody would be very happy to have at some point, because it's been crazy over the past year, of course.
Right.
I mean, I think we can have some further discussion. We should at least try and do the July 4th. The Fall Fest, I guess, is a fallback, and it'd be nice to do something there too. But to me, the priority is definitely doing, the July 4th. So, and I'd like to keep the money in there, even though we have 2,200 credit, because I mean, we don't know the contract costs, and they've been pretty consistent, but they could go up a little bit as well. So, because I'm envisioning that the company that normally does this probably took quite a beating during cancels of all the celebrations last year. So, we really have no idea what the contract's going to be offered to us.
Right.
Well, we have heard from the vendor, and he's honoring our contract from last year and giving us a $2,200 credit.
Well, that's good. Is he saying the same price as last year, though? Or are you just saying
Yes.
it's 2,200?
Yes.
It's the same price. He's honoring the prices from last year.
And what was that, like 10,000 and some? What was the cost?
It was 8,000 something, 8,300, 8,600. I don't remember exactly.
So the other money would be if we had some vendors and some people that we need for staff and security and those kind of things, I would imagine.
Well, and who knows what
Yeah.
kind of restrictions we're gonna be up against too. I think that that's better to leave that money there to make sure it can happen.
Yeah, we've certainly leaned it out. I'm not sure we want to do any cuts, and I certainly agree that if the climate permits, we do have a 4th of July celebration. We don't want to see that go away, because over the past number of years, we've certainly had some nice ones.
And Mayor, as you remember last year during COVID, we projected that there was going to be a possibility at that time around July that we could possibly use fireworks during the fall festival. So if something would happen, where we couldn't have anything this year come July, we can always look to our fall festival maybe to use fireworks in that event.
Well, I'm kind of hoping that we get to that point. We have like a significant amount of months to get to July, and if the vaccines pick up and things get a little better, maybe we'll be able to at least they'll up the restriction on how many people can be at a particular celebration or festivity outside. So I'd say let's go forward with what we have and try and not cut that at this point.
I'll second that.
Okay, so we are.
So we can maybe do one more, John, because I'm looking at the time. I'd like to get, the folks a little break, because we're going to have a long meeting, and, it could be a long night. So we have the drug and alcohol testing. That should be easy to do, and some of these other ones. So.
Yeah, I think that's pretty static. I don't know if there's any place we can go there.
Yeah, I agree.
If you want to walk us through the insurance quickly.
Sure. The insurance, we have 3 different aspects for the insurance. The first is the general liability. The majority of it is paid to JIF. And then we also have our sports teams that we pay the insurance for, and then some miscellaneous, flood insurance, special events, things like that. And then the other aspect of our insurance is workers' comp. Again, that is majority of it's paid to JIF for our employees. But then we also pay the fire company's workers' comp insurance, so that's another part of that. The last branch of the insurance is the employee health insurance. It covers the health insurance, prescription, dental, life insurance. Also, this is where the waivers come from. Reimbursement for Medicare Part B for the retirees. Our HRA account that's offered to employees, that expense comes out of here as well.
All right, so here's basically where we ended up. Our target for tonight was $235,350. And let's see. We ended up at $217,850. So we're shy by about $17,500. So maybe what we can do, Barbara and I will get together this week, see if we can find any solutions to that, and get back to everybody. And if there's any major objections, we can kind of walk our way through them.
So
John, did you get that $5,000 for the porta potties too?
Well, no, as a matter of fact, Kim, I didn't count that. So that actually takes us that boosts us up to about $223,850, and so that drops us down to about $12,500. We need to find. That's a good contribution.
All right, so you'll get together, because we'll end this soon. You get together with Barbara.
Yep.
What do you anticipate for the workshop next meeting? Like, do you think we'll need the full 6 to 7:30, or you think 6:30 to 7:30, or, you know? Because we
No,
did attribute, a half hour towards that discussion on beach tags and those kind of things, so.
well,
Which,
I would actually anticipate the next meeting, we should be able to introduce the budget.
okay, that sounds great.
I mean,
Okay.
listen, if there's any major changes that are going to cause, tension or friction or stress for any of the departments, I mean, we'll certainly, get together on the sideline and we'll work our way through those issues. But we may even be close enough where we are that we don't need to acquire the entire 12,000. And a lot of that's going to depend on, obviously we've got to add a revenue source. There's no question about it, because if we don't manage to do that, then we're definitely going back to the drawing board on the budget. And there's just going to be some, maybe unpleasant cuts. But I don't see where there's any, we've come through here pretty well. And Barbara and I have been doing a lot behind the scenes. I don't think that there's any real sand anywhere in this budget where we can reduce our expenses by a whole lot based on where we're at now. So that's all I had for the night. And if anybody has any questions, we would welcome them. If not, we'll wrap it up and we'll be prepared to introduce the budget at the next meeting.
Sounds like a plan.
So does someone make a motion to close the budget workshop?
I'll make a motion to close the budget workshop.
Second.
Okay, would you call the roll, Barbara?
Mr. Barr,
Yes.
Mr. Coggins,
Yes.
Mr. Corson,
Yes.
Ms. Hayes,
Yes.
Mayor Palumbo.
Yes.
Motion is carried.
All right, so for those of you that have joined the call, we just completed our budget workshop. We'll be having the regular scheduled meeting that start at 7:30. It's 7:23, so give us a few minutes to take care of a few things, and we will be starting on time at 7:30.
This conference will now be recorded.
You're all set, Mayor.
Thank you. In compliance with the Open Public Meetings Law, I wish to state that on February 19, 2021, the notice of this meeting of the Upper Township Committee was posted on the official Township Bulletin Board, the Upper Township website, and the Town Hall foyer, mailed to the Cape May County Gazette, the Atlantic City Press, the Ocean City Sentinel Ledger, the Herald Times, and filed with the Township Clerk's Office. Tonight's meeting is being audio recorded up until the closed session portion of this meeting and will be available on the Upper Township website. I hereby direct that this announcement be made a part of the minutes of this meeting. If you see Barbara Young holding that American flag there, I'd ask all to rise for the salute to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Barb, would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Barr,
Here.
Mr. Coggins,
Here.
Mr. Corson,
Present.
Ms. Hayes,
Here.
Mayor Palumbo.
Here.
All members are present.
Okay. Would someone like to make a motion to approve the minutes from February 8th, both the regular and closed session meeting minutes?
Motion to approve?
Second.
Is there any corrections, deletions, omissions that anyone's aware of? Hearing none. Call the roll, please.
Mr. Barr,
Yes.
Mr. Coggins,
Yes.
Mr. Corson,
Yes.
Ms. Hayes,
Yes.
Mayor Palumbo.
Yes.
Motion is carried with all in favor.
Okay. So let's go around the circle here a little bit. Scott, do you have anything for us this evening?
Good evening, Mayor, committee members. Just the one report I have this evening would be from our Cape May County Department of Health. Cape May County Department of Health remains the top county in New Jersey in vaccinating residents per capita. New Jersey Advanced Media updated their weekly numbers for each county, and Cape May County has administered 24,349 doses per 100,000 people. Morris County came in second at 23,020 doses per 100,000 people, and no other county was over 20,000. Cape May County has been at the top of the rankings since the beginning of the year. As for today's report, the Cape May County Department of Health is announcing today that 41 new positive test samples were collected among county residents over the past several days, while Cape May County has recorded a total of 6,690 COVID-19 cases since the beginning of the pandemic. 6,181 of those are now off quarantine. And additionally, there are 3 new out-of-county positive cases that are included in the non-resident active case list in this report. And we've had a total of, as of today's date, 177 deaths due to COVID reported in Cape May County. And that is all I have for you this evening, Mayor.
Okay. Thank you, Scott. Barbara Young.
I just have one item this evening, sir. I would like to request permission to attend the New Jersey Municipal Clerks Conference, virtual conference from March 16th to the 18th at a cost of $125 for the member rate.
Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to
Second.
approve?
Motion to approve. Second.
Would you call the roll?
Thank you. Mr. Barr,
Yes.
Mr. Coggins,
Yes.
Mr. Corson,
Yes.
Ms. Hayes,
Yes.
Mayor Palumbo.
Yes.
Motion is carried. Thank you very much. That's all I have this evening, sir. Thank you.
Hey, Barbara. Paul, do you have anything for us this evening?
Yes, a couple things, Mayor. Thank you. First, had a meeting with some DOT officials, Conrail and Cape May County Engineering Office regarding the Church Road Railroad crossing. They set up the meeting to discuss improvements for that, because the county is going to be looking at making roadway improvements along the road. So the anticipation is that they're going to be upgrading that railroad crossing in this summer of 2021, which will involve almost a week-long detour. We've requested that to happen during the summertime so it would not adversely impact school bus route scheduling. And then the reconstruction of Church Road will most likely happen in the following spring of 2022. After that, we had just a general discussion, and I just wanted to bring this up to committee to see if maybe you wanted to look at that in the future. That obviously with the closure of BL England, it's been a long time since we've had a train run down that track, and it affects at least a half a dozen grade crossings throughout the township, and whether or not the committee would want to look into having, there's at least one public hearing and process with the DOT about converting those from active rail to an exempt crossings, so that especially on some of our higher traffic roads, the traffic would not have to stop at those crossings, or the required vehicles would not have to stop at those crossings, and kind of free up the traffic flow. So just something to keep in mind, that there is a process for that, if the committee would want to so choose to move forward with that action with the DOT. The other item I wanted to bring up is we actually received from the DEP today the permit to reconstruct the boat ramp. So I would like to get authorization to put that project out to bid. There is bond money available for that project. And now that we have the permit, I'd like to get that project, and hopefully if we would be able to maybe possibly build that in conjunction with the Beasley's Point Park improvements that are going to be happening. And I would need that in the form of a motion if possible.
Need a
I'll make
motion then?
That we move forward with the bid for replacement of the boat ramp.
Second.
Mr. Barr,
Yes.
Mr. Coggins,
Yes.
Mr. Corson,
Yes.
Ms. Hayes,
Yes.
Mayor Palumbo.
Yes.
Motion is carried.
And then the last thing I just wanted to bring up, I know that we have later in the meeting the discussion regarding parking in Strathmere, but and I just wanted to bring this up because I didn't want to forget and lose track of it. But if the committee moves forward with some of those ordinance adoptions, we would also need to do a authorization to bid for towing. That process to get a towing contractor in place would take quite a long period of time, almost 2 to 3 months once it's put out to bid. So we're getting close to really needing to get that bid out before if we want to implement by Memorial Day weekend. And I know there's a lot of logistics that we'll be discussing later, but I just wanted to bring up the idea that that's another step in authorization we would need would be authorization to put that out to bid. That's all I had this evening, Mayor.
No,
By
wait,
putting that out to bid.
Paul.
Now, let me ask,
I
let me ask
think
you a
you
question.
can't, I don't think you can authorize it to go out to bid, and this probably is better in the discussion under the parking ordinance officially. But I explained to Paul that another ordinance is required that directs the bidders and restricts the parameters of the bidding. It's required under the New Jersey regulations and statute. So that ordinance would have to be introduced as well. So that has to happen first, I think, before you can actually send the bid out. Now, you can authorize Paul to get ready, but I don't think you can set out requests for proposals or bid responses until that ordinance is in place. It's not a difficult ordinance to draft, but it does need to be introduced and adopted.
Okay. And Paul, there are a significant amount of people on this call, a lot of boxes out there. Can you give us an update on what's going on with the fill over in Strathmere?
Sure. Obviously, the contractor started last week after the permit authorization came in from the DEP. I think their first load was on maybe Tuesday afternoon, Wednesday, and they started placing the material up on the beach. Just by happenstance, the following that same day, the Public Works also was starting a project. 2 totally independent projects, but the Public Works was working on the crossover at the same time. The fill that was out there was a little bit darker than some of our natural beach sand, however, still met the parameters for sand. It was still predominantly sand. There was some organic mixture comprised predominantly of meadow mat, the old where the meadow was, and it kind of scraped into that. And that's where a lot of the people over the weekend were seeing kind of, as the sand was dissipating in some of the tide waves, some of that organic material created a little ball as it rolled around and then kind of had sand gather onto it, kind of like a snowball. If you roll around when you're making a snowman, kind of got a little bigger. But when you kind of pop them around, they broke apart pretty easily. So as part of the standard process for this operation, the contractor's going to have a dozer out tomorrow, probably late in the day, as we move through the project, and we'll grade that off and kind of break those up. And probably after the project's done, you're not going to notice any of those balls. There is also a daily occurrence where the contractor goes out every morning and picks up any debris that may have come up bricks, small pieces of glass. There's a kind of a bottle top that they found today, some wire, and some different things. Unfortunately, because of the bad weather on Friday, they did not go out at the end of the day Friday, and I don't know whether they forgot, but they didn't go out on Saturday morning. But their typical procedure is that they go out every morning and patrol the area for any debris that they don't get off the barge. They should be completed by Thursday of this week. You know, I know some people had made some inquiries to different township officials, and I did speak with the DEP today, and our course of action is still within the permit parameters, and you know, kind of what they've seen on our beach is similar to some of the other small beach fills where they're using some beneficial resource material. This is kind of similar in nature of what they would expect to see, to kind of, you know, anytime that we can get an opportunity to get sand out on our beaches, especially where it's a high erosion area, to help slow down Mother Nature's erosion, is always a benefit to the township.
So just to summarize, they're going to grade the sand so that those, whatever you call them, sand balls, kind of get dispersed into the sand. And then are they going to filter a little bit so that in the event that there is some objects, smaller objects, obviously we don't want anyone to, you know, have any glass with bare feet and all that kind of stuff. Will that also be taken care of?
Yes, it will.
Okay.
Approximately how many yards of sand have they moved? Approximately how many yards of?
They're probably just about half, so probably about 1,000 cubic yards of sand in that range.
Are they on schedule, Paul? Are they on schedule with the project?
Yes, they are.
And when do you anticipate it to be done?
Thursday, you just said.
They should be done dredging Thursday.
All right.
I was actually out there. I went out there today in the rain, and I was out there, I think, Saturday morning early. And Saturday morning, there was some stuff out there. I did see a minnow box and a piece of fire hose. But all in all, it was relatively clean. There was some glass and stuff, and most of it, I think, has been picked up. When I went back out there today and looked, I didn't see. I actually saw a piece of rope and drug out when I was walking around the pond. I saw a piece of rope and drug that out. No, but I think all in all, it's relatively clean. It's maybe not a perfect situation, but it is a product added to the beach to help improve our situation.
Right. So Paul, just please keep us abreast of what's going on. You know,
For sure.
I think it's important that the committee has an idea of when things are being, the shifting or sifting or whatever it is of the sand, and you know, so that in fact, if we get some inquiries, you know, we're able to answer that effectively, and not like this morning, I'm reaching out to you, going back and forth to find out where we were. So if you could do that, probably, I think, let's say today's Monday, so you're saying Thursday. So you do it over the next couple of days to keep us abreast of what's going on. I appreciate it.
I'll give the committee a daily update to let you know where we stand, for sure.
My biggest observation through this thing, and I don't know if it's an easy solution or not, but I think I walked down there today, and I actually stopped, passed trucks both times, and got out of the way for the trucks. But we probably, the next time if we do this again, the beach section that we're doing any kind of work like this in should probably be roped off under construction like any other construction site to keep people out of the way. I mean, I don't think there's been a problem, but I see the potential for it and maybe the liability. So maybe next time we do a project like this, it'll be over Thursday, but we should probably take some effort and rope off the area so nobody can enter it. That's just been my observation.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Thanks, Paul. Barbara Ludi.
I have nothing to report this evening, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. Committeeman Coggins.
Nothing for me this evening. Thanks, Mayor.
Thanks for the work in the workshop today. Committee Woman Hayes.
Nothing for me this evening either.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Barr.
Well, nice job to our guys and girls in the road department with handling our last 2 snow events. But I see Craig's on the line. So Craig, how are we making out with salt, buddy? Is he there? Or how about you, Scott?
Yeah, I can answer for Craig. Actually, very well. And we also were in the process of ordering, I believe, another 120 tons. But we are actually, prepared for the next several storms if they should arise. But it does look, if the weather holds true, that hopefully in the next couple of weeks things are going to start to warm up.
All right, good. Well, keep our fingers crossed because we don't want it interfering with our budget plan. So, but that's all I got, Mayor. Take care.
We have about 100 tons in the building, and we have another 100 tons being delivered tomorrow. So we should be okay.
Good. Good to hear.
Thanks, Craig.
All right. Committeeman Corson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just the one thing I'd like to thank on behalf of the rescue squad, I'd like to thank everybody that came out and purchased flowers from the rescue squad for their annual rose sale. I think they had a very successful day or 3 days, and they did well fundraising. So that's all I have.
Great. And in the interest of time, all I have to say is thank you to all the kind reach outs that the folks have given me since I made my announcement that this will be my last year serving on the Township Committee and as mayor. But I do appreciate the support that a lot of folks have given me over the past week. And I'm very grateful for that. So that's all I have. And I'd say let's, Barbara, if we could, let's move on to the resolutions. I'm operating here off of my cell phone and my laptop and all kinds of technologically advanced things going on here.
Okay, very good. Item number 1 under resolutions, appointing Frank L. Corrado to act as special legal counsel.
Motion to appoint.
Mr. Barr?
Yes.
Mr. Coggins?
Yes.
Mr. Corson?
Yes.
Ms. Hayes?
Yes.
Mayor Colombo?
Yes.
Motion is carried. 2, approving the application of the Upper Township Rescue Squad for highway coin drops.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Mr. Barr?
Yes.
Mr. Coggins?
Yes.
Mr. Corson?
Yes.
Ms. Hayes?
Yes.
Mayor Palumbo?
Yes.
Motion is carried. 3, appointing McManaman, Scotland, and Bauman to act as special legal counsel.
Motion to appoint.
Second.
Mr. Barr?
Yes.
Mr. Coggins?
Yes.
Mr. Corson?
Yes.
Ms. Hayes?
Yes.
Mayor Palumbo?
Yes.
Motion is carried. 4, authorizing a shared services agreement with the Cape May County Municipal Utilities Authority for the review and submission of the Township of Upper's 2020 annual recycling tonnage reports.
Move the resolution.
Second.
Mr. Barr?
Yes.
Mr. Coggins?
Yes.
Mr. Corson?
Yes.
Ms. Hayes?
Yes.
Mayor Palumbo?
Yes.
Motion is carried. 5, revised 2021 temporary budget.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Mr. Barr?
Yes.
Mr. Coggins?
Yes.
Mr. Corson?
Yes.
Ms. Hayes,
Yes.
Mayor Palumbo.
Yes.
Motion is carried. 6, urging the Cape May County Board of Commissioners to fill the vacancy and continue funding for an agriculture and natural resources agent.
Move the resolution.
Second.
Second.
Mr. Barr,
Yes.
Mr. Coggins,
Yes.
Mr. Corson,
Yes.
Ms. Hayes,
Yes.
Mayor Palumbo.
Yes.
Motion is carried. Item number 7, accepting the bid and authorizing the execution of a contract with Fred M. Chavone Construction Incorporated of Malaga, New Jersey, for the project known as the construction of Beasley's Point Park at a cost of $1,909,201.31.
Paul, you want to
Motion to
summarize?
authorize.
Well, I was going to ask Paul just to give us an update on this, so.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, this is the project, obviously, for the reconstruction of the Beasley's Point Park. We had summarized it last meeting as far as, we had almost 37 bidders take out plans for the project. We had, I think, about 6 to 7 contractors bid on the project. Fred Chavone Construction out of Malaga was the lowest responsible bidder. We are still waiting for some additional grant funds from the county. The county is a very large supporter of this project to kind of, be the gateway project for their county placemaking, open space placemaking process. So we've been fortunate to kind of benefit from that. And it has a phased-in process for construction, and looking to have the majority of the construction done by mid-June, before the summer season really would come in, and then the fall time for some of the final appurtenances. But looking to have the majority of the park area open for the summer public, and we'll try to get the boat ramp out to bid and back in, and hopefully constructed in that same time period, so it kind of can open in the two at the same time.
Great. So there's been a motion by Ed to accept the bid. Is there a second?
Second.
Let's call the roll, please.
Mr. Barr,
Yes.
Mr. Coggins,
Yes.
Mr. Corson,
Yes.
Ms. Hayes,
Yes.
Mayor Palumbo.
Yes.
Motion is carried. All in favor. Item number 8, separation from service of Michelle Sampson as provisional employee.
I would suggest that this item be tabled until after closed session. So I'd like a motion from the Township Committee in that regard.
Motion to
So
table.
moved.
Second.
Mr. Barr,
Yes.
Mr. Coggins,
Yes.
Mr. Corson,
Yes.
Ms. Hayes,
Yes.
Mayor Palumbo.
Yes.
Motion is carried to table this resolution until after closed. Item
Okay.
number 9 under correspondence. Strathmere Fishing and Environmental Club correspondence regarding green infrastructure and coastal resilience.
Paul.
Thank you, Mary. Yeah, this is kind of, I think, a follow-up, Mayor. I know you and I had a meeting with this group. I don't know if it was early in, kind of before COVID or right as it was starting to begin. I forget when we actually had that meeting. But, we kind of discussed some of their plans. They've kind of put it all in a kind of a summary, and I think they expanded some of the scope of what they were asking us to do from that meeting. The initial meeting, if you read through their stuff, was talking about expanding living shoreline, but now they've kind of, broke down I guess they call it 6 steps that we can take immediately, and just looking for us to kind of do some stuff. Some of it involves planning. Some of it, is a little more low-hanging fruit that we can probably do through some review. But other things, obviously take some capital expenditure based on some of their requests.
So I know we had a discussion during the budget workshop, and Barbara Ludi is looking into whether or not this could potentially qualify for a capital improvement. But my question is to Dan, there was also an expenditure that was submitted with the documentation from an outside source, subject matter expert, and they have an allocation, a certain amount of money that's within that parameter. Is that something that we could, if we ultimately decide to move forward with something like this and determine that we have the means to be able to do this, would that have to be rebid, or is that something that could be taken as a professional
Depends upon
contract?
what type of contract it is. If it's a professional service contract, you could review it, and assuming they qualify in terms of donations and all that other type of thing, you can award it as a professional service contract.
Okay. So I really don't know. I mean, I think we can potentially talk about, acting to support this. What I do have concern is I want to make sure that we're able to allocate potential funds that would at least cover some of the areas of what's being considered. I know that this is probably something that we haven't tried in the past, but it may ultimately have some significant impact, not only for the Strathmere area, but certainly also for our bordering meadows throughout the township, where we do have at times some considerable flooding when some major storms come by. So, I think we had a pretty significant discussion during the budget hearing, and obviously, if it's something that can be bonded or a capital improvement, it may be a little bit more palatable at this time. So I was just curious as to where the other township committee members are on this.
And Mr. Mayor and committee members, my name is Wayne Thomas. May I address the committee?
Ho. You're not allowed to speak yet, okay?
All right.
You haven't been recognized, and we don't have public comment until the public comment portion unless you're called upon.
Okay, thank you.
So, thank you.
But then again, Mayor, I agree with you. I think it's definitely a project that we should pursue. However, just as if any other project, if we could get some of the funding, Barb can get us a firm answer on being able to put that in the capital. I think that could help it along even farther. But at this time, with the budget issues that we're dealing with, we got to take our time and see what funding we can come up with.
I think at this time it's a project that is very difficult to expense. Certainly, it's a worthy project and something that we could possibly capitalize through our bond. The issue that we're getting down to when we start talking about putting something like this on an expense line right now is that it may cut into other services. For example, and I'm speaking facetiously, that $30,000 is the price of 2 lifeguard stands for the summer. Not saying that we would make that change. However, that's kind of the way we need to look at things.
Exactly. I agree with you.
Yeah, I agree. We're in a position where we have to prioritize. And even though it's an important project, it may not be the most important issue that we're facing right now.
I agree. I think it's an important project, and I think it's something that bears a lot of looking into, and we should do and cooperate and try to facilitate this in every way possible. And I'll take it a step farther. I think if we got the community involved, maybe through donations and all that, and possibility of maybe an Eagle Scout project, This is something that would certainly qualify for an Eagle Scout project. And I think if we reach out to the Bay City District, we might be able to actually get some of this, the Eagle Scouts would raise the money, take this project and probably facilitate it because they got the labor force. I mean, I think that's an option that could be explored.
$30,000 was more of a subject matter expert expense as to planning and those kind of things. And I don't know that we can rely on anybody's expertise other than somebody that works in the field. But it may make sense to put this as unfinished business until we actually ascertain where we are with the budget and, continue this discussion for the next meeting. And we should have an update by then based on our discussion today during the workshop. Does that sound like a reasonable idea at this point? Or are you just saying you're just not prepared to make that kind of decision this, early on into this discussion?
No, I agree. I would second that.
Yeah, I think we're a little bit premature in trying to make that decision this evening.
Yeah.
Okay, so Barbara, can we put that for the agenda for the next meeting on unfinished business?
Certainly.
Thank you.
Okay, very
Thanks,
good.
everyone.
Item number 10, St. Maximilian Colby Parish requests use of Strathmere Beach at East Williams Road for Easter Sunrise Mass on April 4th, 2021.
Motion to permit.
Second.
Second.
Call the roll.
Mr. Barr?
Yes.
Mr. Coggins?
Yes.
Mr. Corson?
Yes.
Ms. Hayes?
Yes.
Mayor Palumbo?
Yes.
Motion is carried. Item number 11, Ocean City Crew Boosters request to hold a raffle number 537 at the Seaville Tavern on Thursdays beginning March 18th, 2021 through May 6th, 2021.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Second.
Mr. Barr?
Yes.
Mr. Coggins?
Yes.
Mr. Corson?
Yes.
Ms. Hayes?
Yes.
Mayor Palumbo?
Yes.
Motion is carried. All in favor? Item number 12, we have the review of construction code fees.
Do we have Dory on the line, or does someone want to?
No, I think
No.
Barbara was prepared to give you an overview of it.
Okay.
And I'll chime in where necessary. Barb, do you want me to explain it, or did you want to take a crack at it?
I'll go for it. After doing the annual report for the construction office, they have done a review and recommended some changes, some fee changes. Most of them are minor. There is one new fee that they propose, and that is for a monitor device having to do with solar. Right now, there is no fee charged, and they are looking for a $62 charge. There are also some other charges that generally are charged a minimum fee. They're asking for $95 or $100 fee charged. A lot of the charges are also, or their recommendations are for the fire subcode. And a lot of those charges are a $62 minimum charge. They're asking for $65, or for instance, a kitchen hood, they're asking for a $125 charge. So those are their recommendations. After analyzing the budget, what the revenue is and what the expenses are, they're operating at a $55,000 loss.
So you know, and to explain, I guess, to our newer Township Committee folks, and to remind our existing members of the committee, there's an annual report filed based upon the cost to run the department. The statute allows you to adjust the fees to cover those costs. In the past, the Township Committee has decided not to raise fees to cover all the costs, even if it runs at a deficit, because they considered it a service to the Township and didn't want to unnecessarily burden the folks coming in for construction permits. This report shows that we're running at a deficiency. The suggested fee increases are more administrative recognition of, I guess, other towns that charge more or actually charge for things that we're not charging for. I think they were pointed out by the auditor. They will not significantly impact the suggested changes. As I understand it, Barb, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think they'll significantly impact the deficit that we're running.
That is correct, Dan.
Have we done an analysis of where our fees stand compared to other municipalities in Cape May County?
You can go ahead, Barb.
They have not done that this year. They have in past years. But these are more fees. A lot of these recommendations were suggested by the auditors just because it's not really spelled out in our ordinance what we're charging. They were just charging a minimum fee. But if you'd like them to see what other towns are charging, we can certainly do that.
I just think that if we're running it at deficit, we should make every possible attempt to close the gap on that deficit. And if we find that our fees are significantly less than they are in similar municipalities, then we're probably doing ourselves an injustice by not, looking at it and getting us to the point where we can start to catch up on managing our expenses.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with John. We have operational costs that need to be covered, and we got to stay in line with our neighboring communities on what we're charging in fees.
We have taken a couple hits over the last couple of years. They used to charge, like for a new roof on your house, if you have an existing roof, a new roof required a permit. And now they don't charge for permits for that anymore. And that was the state, I believe, did that.
Yeah, the requirement.
So that was a
roofing inside.
Yes. So, I mean, we have lost revenue, and I don't know why the state changed that, but yeah, it was another nice thing the state did for us. Not that it was.
Right, so we're going to ask the construction department to come up with some towns comparable and fees so that we can do a price comparison.
I believe about 2 years ago they did that as well. And remember, we're running at a deficit now, so you can raise them, but you can't raise them for marketplace reasons. You have to raise it for correcting the deficit. That's all.
Good.
All right,
So we need a motion to table this?
I think we can just stay on
Make
as
a motion
unfinished.
asking for a comparison of our fees with other municipalities.
Right. Right, so you got a second?
Second.
Mr. Barr,
Yes.
Mr. Coggins,
Yes.
Mr. Corson,
Yes.
Ms. Hayes,
Yes.
Mayor Palumbo.
Yes.
Motion is carried. Schedule that for a future meeting. Item number 13, review of draft no parking ordinance.
Right, so who wants to talk about this? Curtis, you want to give an update, or should we go right to Dan to have him explain the draft?
Well, Dan.
Let me, before Curtis does the update, just to clarify, Paul was substantially the author of this. It does need some revision, but we wanted to get it onto the agenda so you could discuss it. For example, there's some layman's terms in terms of where the no parking areas start and stop with respect to driveways. we'll address that properly. But bottom line is we want to make sure it's what everyone wants. And I know the primary reason it was on the discussion is also the diagrams that were maps that Paul provided along with the proposed ordinance. So go ahead, Kurt. I'm sorry I cut you off.
No, that's all right. I was going to flip it to Paul because he wrote it. Let him explain it.
Well, I mean, we tried to identify, I tried to modify the maps that the consultant did just to kind of highlight where the no parking was going to take place and just kind of identify the spaces that were lost on those several streets. Because I know the committee was wanting to be able to, distributing map, to kind of, so the public had a feel for where we thought parking was going to be available, even though some of the parking may not be physically striped for parking spaces, but to at least to delineate where we were going to not permit parking. And then, the ordinance kind of identifies those locations, based on the conversations that we had from the last Township Committee meeting and the subcommittee meeting.
Yeah. And basically, we're talking about East Randolph, Bayview Drive from the east side of number 25 to the State Park entrance, West Putnam on the south side, and I think it was West Prescott, the north side, if I remember right. All right, Paul?
Yeah.
And all that was with the fire company's recommendation that they sent to us. I want to say it was July of last year, June or July of last year.
And it also included the relocation of several handicap spaces.
Yes.
That diagram was accessible to everybody on the internet, right, Paul?
It has not been. I distributed it to the Township Committee. I don't think that we have not put it on the internet yet. Once we go to introduce the ordinance, I would put it up there as an exhibit. It wouldn't be part of the ordinance, but it'll be an exhibit that the public can see it graphically that would go along with the ordinance. So, but no, it hasn't been released to the public yet.
But you could.
Is there any reason why we can't get it up there now?
Yeah, I would say the same thing. I mean, it's proposed. It doesn't sound like we'll be able to launch the ordinance tonight anyway, because there has to be some grammatical changes.
Exactly.
It wasn't put on the agenda for introduction. I had spoken, Mayor, to you and to and Curtis as well. It was there for discussion, just so people could see it and understand what it is before we actually introduced it.
Okay, so they haven't seen it yet.
And reviewing these diagrams, I think that Paul, they work out good. I mean, they're very self-explanatory.
And until
I can
tonight,
get them up on the website this week.
And that would be appropriate to put them up on the website this week. Until this meeting, they were still a work product in work. So now that they're the finished product, yes. Now that they're the finished product, I think it's appropriate to put them online for everybody to view. And I would like to make it.
Go ahead,
What's that?
Curtis, I'm sorry. I thought you were finished. Go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion that we actually put these on the agenda for our next meeting is in the form of an ordinance for introduction.
Second.
Let's call the roll.
Lose Barb?
Yeah, I think she dropped out.
I think we lost Barb.
All right, well, let's pause the meeting until she gets back on.
I keep losing the video. I don't know, as we're talking, it keeps going in and out.
Yeah, Mary, we've lost you in and out, so I think it's your connection that's losing.
But I'm losing everyone that they're on my end. Now I see everybody.
You might have to get your computer updated.
Your connection.
You might have to get your computer updated, Rich. That happened to me a couple times until I took it to town hall and had them update it, clean it.
Well, we have fancy software that should be able to dial into my computer and take care of that, right?
They can.
Here we go.
Here comes Barb back in the
Barbara Young
meeting.
has arrived.
All right, Barbara Young, we have a first and a second to introduce the parking ordinance for the next meeting. So it was moved by Curtis Corson and I think seconded by Ed Barr. Maybe I'm wrong.
Second.
Just to clarify, it's to put it on the agenda for introduction, not as old business.
I'm sorry, Mayor. I lost
Right.
connection there. I'm back.
Okay, so did you hear anything of what I said?
I heard the end of it. That
All right,
it's
so I'll
going
tell you what. After our discussion, Curtis, you want to make the motion again so Barbara can record that?
I'm sorry.
That's all right. I would like to make a motion that we introduce these ordinances at our next meeting to have them put on the agenda for introduction at our next meeting.
Second.
And just for the record, just so everybody knows, there will be a period of comment on this because everybody will have an opportunity to address this and comment on this.
Okay. Mr. Barr?
Yes.
Mr. Coggins?
Yes.
Mr. Corson?
Yes.
Ms. Hayes?
Yes.
And Mayor Palumbo?
Yes.
Motion is
Before we move
carried.
on to the next agenda item, I just wanted to clarify one thing. I was asked to look into the concern about commercial vehicles and buses parking on the Strathmere streets. There actually is an ordinance in existence. It's not in our traffic ordinance. It's actually in the police regulation ordinance, and that is addressed. So once we get the procedures for enforcement down, whoever that may be, whether it's going to be state police, an enforcement officer, or a shared services agreement, that's going to have to be something that we're going to have to educate those officers about, that there are existing ordinances that can be enforced. One thing we should do for public works, though, is confirm that there are signs posted at each entrance, highway, street to the township. For example, in Strathmere, it would be from Seattle to Strathmere and from the bridge coming into Strathmere from Ocean City. There should be signs that identify that prohibition. They should also be, if we ever have problems in the other parts of town, at the entranceways to the other areas of the township. I don't know if signs exist. I don't remember seeing any. They may exist, and I just don't remember. But we need signage to be able to enforce that ordinance.
And Dan, I have discussed this with Craig. We don't have all the particulars down just yet, but I think we can bring this up to speed very quickly once all the particulars are identified with respect to what is going to be going on the signs. I have discussed it with Curtis as well. So I don't think it's going to be a long project. I think we can spin it up pretty quickly.
And then we also have to address the issue with the towing company, right? Somewhere down the line.
But we're going to need a series of ordinances. We're going to need this ordinance. As I said, there's some tweaking of it that I want to do. You're going to need an ordinance that allows you to go to bid and sets the parameters for towing companies. And then you're going to have to do the bidding process for a towing company. And you may have to deal with shared services agreement and or other authorizing either resolutions or ordinances with respect to enforcement. Curtis knows I've been bugging him about the timeframes.
Yes. And I've been, that's why we're here.
So we have a motion to introduce. We have a second.
Motion to put it on the agenda for introduction.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, very good. And
They
then,
voted. They voted.
right, we voted on that.
Okay.
14, the beach tags, did you include that with that discussion as well, or are we going to talk about that
There
now?
hasn't been any discussion on it yet, Barbara.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, item number 14, we have the discussion on beach tags.
Curtis? Or
Yes.
Ed?
Well, actually, at the last meeting, we talked about some stuff, and John and I met, and John went over it earlier. So at this point, I guess turn it back to John, and he can explain what he did earlier to you guys, to the general
Well,
public.
we sat down, we came up with a list of expenses and potential revenues off the beach tags. The major assumptions that we made was this is dependent on the sale of approximately 5,000 tags. We think that based on the information that we've gained from the lifeguards over the past 10 years, that 5,000 is a fairly conservative number. Where the anticipated revenue would be $113,000. The sale price of a beach tag would be $25 and pre-season sale price of $20. Our expenses would amount to about $31,000, leaving us positive revenue flow of $82,215, which would be applied towards the expenses of maintaining the beach, such as the lifeguards, MOBA mats, dune fencing, things like that, that are continually recurring expenses to the township. And also the 113,000 certainly helps us manage our current revenue shortfall.
Well, that's not a reason for beach tags.
Well, even from the last discussion that we had, John and Curtis, you did a great job in coming up with finances. But as we discussed during the budget, there's many operational issues that we still need to get in place here. And again, we got a timeline that we got to try to keep to. Dan, you've talked about it with the parking. We have an ordinance that needs to be drafted. And, if one of the timelines was, selling beach tags come Memorial Day, we're late. We've missed the boat. So we got to, if we're going to do anything, we got to get serious about it. An ordinance needs to start being drafted. But the main thing are going to be those operational issues that we don't have concrete. And that's where I stand. I mean, we have to get these things rectified, and it's we don't want to rush this, but at the same time, if we're going to have a program like this, we got to make sure we have all our ducks in a row.
Can I put you on the spot and ask you what more you're looking for so that well, I know you're on the subcommittee, but like what other areas are you looking for some answers on?
I mean, for instance, we talked about how long is it going to take for us to purchase tags and get them? The security end of it that we've talked about. I mean, is that do we have a contract? Do we have that something solid from that agency in which they're going to be able to come in and do this? And the other thing is the ordinance. I mean, do we have an ordinance that's already pre-drafted that we can get together? I mean, we're only talking about a couple months away from here. And some of these other towns, they've already been selling beach tags. They sell them online. They sell quite a few. And to start selling tags on Memorial Day isn't a good shot.
Well, Scott said earlier, and we're going to have tags probably in 2 to 3 weeks if we pull the trigger and order them. But we haven't ordered tags because we didn't know where we were going. We haven't done a lot of stuff because we haven't. I mean, the security for Strathmere, some of that's contract negotiation. We're not going to talk about it in a public meeting. With the state police, we met with the state police. They're willing to pick up the patrols and they're willing to patrol for us. We've talked to them. We've also talked to our outside agency about doing some other stuff. That's ongoing negotiations.
Yeah, we'll be receiving a memorandum of understanding for the state police for any additional services that we may require. We also have a security company that we work for who will be permitted to assist us with code enforcement enforcement of certain points of our code. We've already checked that, and it already falls under our existing contract.
So if you got it, if we gave you an okay right now, when would we be able to start selling beach tags?
I would say if we got an okay to do this right now, if we placed an order, let's just say for the sake of argument, we placed an order by the first of next week, we would probably be able to start selling beach tags somewhere in the area of possibly St. Patrick's Day of the following week.
But you
Don't
won't
we
be
have
able
to
to
have
get
an
an
ordinance in
that
place
quickly.
first before we can sell anything?
You need
No,
an
you have to have an
ordinance
ordinance.
to sell them. So you can order them, you can buy them. I believe based on this budget that they're well below the bid threshold. Barbara can get quotes. If Barbara has seen this anticipated budget, Barbara could get quotes and you could buy them. You would need an ordinance. The quickest you would get it done, theoretically, you could get the ordinance adopted if we could turn around the notices. That's the clerk's office's. We want input from Barbara Young and how quickly she thinks she can get the notices. But we can introduce an ordinance next week, next meeting, and then either the first meeting in April or the last meeting in March. That's when you'd be able to start selling once the ordinance is adopted.
So St. Patty's Day is unrealistic, right? I mean,
Well,
We're talking about the 1st of April. So that would give us 2 months prior to Memorial Day. And if we wanted to make an exception to extend the preseason sales to say the 15th of June, that.
What does that do to our budget, John?
Pardon me?
How would that affect the budget though? Because we have it, so many budgeted at 25, so many budgeted at 20.
Well, we can always change those assumptions, but for a pro forma type expense profit and loss sheet like this, you need to make certain assumptions. And we could actually pull that up again, and we could make some changes in those assumptions right now. But the only thing that would really profoundly affect the budget at this point would be if we perhaps modify the head count a little bit, or we modify the actual total number of beach tags that we think we're going to sell. The only other thing that would affect the budget would be if we decided to increase the price of the beach tag, and I don't think we have enough support to get that done.
So let's just say everything falls into place. We actually have to introduce an ordinance the same as what the last discussion was with parking, and obviously entertain public comment and those kind of things, and provided everything goes forward. If we say that you can purchase the reduced amount, the $20 amount, up to June 15th, are we saying then that nothing will be enforced prior to that, like for Memorial Day or anything like that? So that would be free beaches.
No, we would still require people to have a beach tag. However, they could purchase those beach tags at a reduced rate up until the 15th.
What I'm saying is most towns set a date as to when you have to have a beach tag in place if we go forward. So to me, it would make sense that if we're going to offer the reduced amount to $20 to June 15th, we may not, require that they have beach tags until June 15th.
Well, we have, every other town sells beach tags. Some of them are just starting to sell them. And we are a little behind the curve on this. I will give you that. But Memorial Day to Labor Day, we have lifeguards on the beach. That's when they charge. That's when they have. So I don't think it's unrealistic to have a Memorial Day deadline. I mean, we're 4 months away from Memorial Day. I mean, if we introduce an ordinance at our next meeting, I think upon introducing the ordinance, we know we're going to have beach tags. We can probably order the beach tags. When we adopt the ordinance, we will have them and be able to sell them the next day. I mean, 30 days, we can get beach tags. I think realistically, I mean, we could probably, with the introduction of an ordinance, place an order. Am I right, John?
Yeah.
We buy it, but if for some reason you don't adopt the ordinance and you don't go forward, which is always a possibility, it's correct, because you have to have a public hearing and go through that. And if you don't, then you know you've spent money on beach tags.
We'll have 6,000 collector items. We can sell them on eBay.
Might even get more for them.
All right, so let's kind of frame this into where we want to be. So Dan, you're going to work on an ordinance to be introduced if we vote to move forward with at least the introduction.
I can have an ordinance for beach fees introduced along. What you got to give me the parameters. I gather if you do it, it's going to be what Curtis and John proposed. So we can take those parameters and produce an ordinance.
So are we just going to have two kinds of beach before season and during season? We're not having weeklies or anything like that. Is that what we're saying?
No, we're going with this strictly a seasonal beach tag.
Was there like a veterans discount or a seniors discounted one?
They would
have to be in the ordinance.
I think Curtis had proposed veterans would be at no charge.
Okay.
And as far as seniors go, they would need to purchase their beach tags pre-season for the discount.
Okay.
Yeah, what I did is, I'll go over it again. Give me a minute there. I had a veterans free, and this is what our neighbors do. Our veterans are free with a proper ID. Active military, their spouse and children are free with a proper ID. And with the other numbers I had proposed a senior citizen discount, but obviously with this lower number, I don't see that necessary.
Okay.
The senior citizen discount was equal to this number, so.
Okay.
Well, it's not a senior citizen discount. There's no reason to put it in there. Everybody else gets the same discount. So we'll just, I don't, if you're not proposing it, let's not say it.
Well, that's what with the other number, I did propose it though, is what I was saying.
All right,
So
Dan,
where
you
we're
got
at right now, Mayor, we're gonna.
Well, I need a sense of the committee. Do you want me to move forward to have an ordinance ready for along those parameters for the next meeting? And I would like maybe a motion to put an introduction on the agenda and then get a sense of the committee that we go forward.
I'd like to make a motion. We direct the solicitor to move forward on putting together an ordinance for beach tags.
Second.
Mr. Barr?
Yes.
Mr. Coggins?
Yes.
Mr. Corson?
Yes.
Ms. Hayes?
Yes.
Mayor Palumbo?
Yes, for introduction. I'm very curious as to the public hearing to where this will go going forward. So
I'm with you on that, Mayor.
Agreed.
Okay,
All right.
item number.
Go ahead, Barbara, sorry.
Good to move on. Item number 15, proposed improvements to Stagecoach Road.
Paul? Did we lose
Thank
Paul?
you. Yeah, this is the county's brought this back again to the township to take a look at. They've got the final design plans done for roadway improvements from Tuckahoe Road and Stagecoach heading north, crossover and kind of skip Roosevelt Boulevard, and then extend from Roosevelt Boulevard down to St. Martin's Place. If you recall, last year we discussed that intersection improvements at St. Martin's Place, Stagecoach Road, and if everybody's probably familiar there at Glory Road and the school, that there's kind of that weird intersection that, you can kind of continue on Stagecoach Road across St. Martin's, and when you come out, it's at a real bad angle. The county is discussing closing that small section between St. Martin's Place and extending out to Tucker Road Extension, and then would kind of make everybody kind of make the left to go out to St. Martin's and realign Glory Road so it kind of works out together. If you want, I can share my screen, and you can kind of get a feel for that. But the county has their final plans, and they're just looking for a final resolution to kind of approve the concept of everything else. Everything else along Stagecoach Road, it's really just a road resurfacing improvement. They're replacing any drainage facilities and reconstructing the road and making sure proper drainage occurs along the road.
So aren't they, I thought that it's been a while since I saw the original plans, but I thought that they were blocking off the access, that Stagecoach access behind where the triangle is, where you now have to go out. Is that correct?
Yep, that's what I've shared on the screen. That shows the kind of the intersection there right across the street from the primary school. You can kind of see the reorientation of Glory Road, because that road is also at a skewed angle. So it's kind of St. Martin's and Glory Road will line up in a better alignment. So that's better traffic procedure, and you won't have that straight cut through in this area any longer. So they'll remove all the asphalt that's in that area and re-landscape that area, and essentially enlarge the Battersby Memorial Park area there, make that a little bit bigger.
Stagecoaches go to dead end then?
Correct. It'll dead end at St. Martin's Place.
Are they going to vacate that or just turn it into a park?
I don't know if they're going to vacate. I think they just would turn it into the park, and the township would just kind of continue, would take care of it as part of what we do to take care of the Battersby Memorial there.
Yes.
But it's definitely a safety improvement for that general area. That's one of the common complaints I would always get from the school crossing guard in that area also. So they're just looking for a resolution of support of the project so they can move it forward for fun.
I'd like to make a motion to put a resolution on our next meeting.
Second.
Mr. Barr?
Yeah.
Mr. Coggins?
Yes.
Mr. Corson?
Yes.
Ms. Hayes?
Yes.
Mayor Palumbo?
Yes.
Motion is carried.
Would someone like to make a motion to pay the bills?
I hereby move that all claims submitted for payment at this meeting be approved and then incorporated into the full minutes of this meeting.
Second.
Mr. Barr?
Yes.
Mr. Coggins?
Yes.
Mr. Corson?
Yes.
Ms. Hayes?
Yes.
Mayor Palumbo?
Yes.
Motion is
There are
carried.
2 reports from our municipal departments, Municipal Court and Tax Collector 2020 Annual Report. Those reports will be available upon request tomorrow at the clerk's office, but I'll make a motion to accept those reports.
Second.
Mr. Barr?
Yes.
Mr. Coggins?
Yes.
Mr. Corson?
Yes.
Ms. Hayes?
Yes.
Mayor Palumbo?
Yes.
Motion is carried.
Okay, so we've now reached the public comment portion of the meeting. You can all see on the screen there is a significant, 81 attendees to this meeting. So I anticipate, there may be a significant amount of people that want to interject or address the Township Committee. We will do our best between Paul and I to recognize each person that wants to speak. And we would ask that you supply your name and your address and your reason for addressing the Township Committee. I would ask everyone to be courteous. It's very difficult with the numbers that we have on here to try and recognize and move forward. And we're going to do the best we can. And we're going to allow some latitude to make sure everybody has an opportunity to speak that would like to. So I would ask that you work with us a little bit here because of the number makes it a little bit more difficult to have this type of open agenda with this many folks on the call. So we'll give it a crack and see what we can do, and hopefully everything will go well. So who would like to go first?
Dennis Fisher, 50 North Sunset Drive, Petersburg.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. First, Mayor, I'd like to say thank you for your service. I really do appreciate it. And I wish you well. So a couple things. One thing that comes to mind right now is it seems like this meeting, we actually got less information instead of more information regarding the beach tags. We got a price, which is good, $25.20. I think a lot of the people that were here before were worried about that. My concerns are a couple. Where to purchase them. We had talked about a machine. We had talked about, an application possibly for people. Enforcement. So we heard a $31,000 number. Does that include the machine?
I'm gonna ask John to give us. Yeah, I know the machine is included in it. I just don't know the cost of it.
The machine is approximately a $4,700 item, and the machine would be capitalized under our beach improvement.
Okay, so it's accounted for elsewhere, not in the 31,000.
That's correct, because it would be something that would be more of a one-time purchase with a useful life of 5 years or more.
Okay, and I don't want to take too much time, but the memorandum of understanding with the state police and the security company, I know that we can't discuss those amounts right now because it's contract discussions, but are we taking into account the fact that the cost of that should not exceed that $113,000 expected income? So in other words, like we expect as a community, I think that these sale of these beach tags is not going to generate new necessary contracts, that are going to, far exceed this price that we've been shown.
No, it's not going to exceed the 113. And additionally, that would be something that would not just apply to the beach tags. It would apply to general security for the entire Strathmere community.
So okay, and to that extent, so this security company and all these other things that are going to be entailed from this security company, do we as a community get a description of what those services they're going to provide is?
We will we'll provide them with a description.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. And then lastly, the last point was just remember Ocean City last year had no daily tags. It was brought up in the last meeting. I wonder if they're going to have daily tags this year and if that is going to, take away from some of the problems that we saw last year. Again, just to bring up what I brought up the last time, I just wonder if we hit some special circumstances. I grant it, we've always had some parking issues, and I just would like to say that I really think that we should take some time and not just jump into this.
One question you did ask that went unanswered is where to purchase the tags. At this point, we will have a location for the machine in Strathmere. We will have the Dipley account that you can purchase on an app on your cell phone or your computer. And also you will be able to purchase them at the community center and the township hall.
Okay, thank you very much for your time.
You did ask about the state police and the security company we're having. With or without beach tags, we need to have some kind of enforcement for parking in town. So that's going to happen.
I understand. Yeah, I understand that. I guess I was more concerned about what that cost or what additional, costs might be involved with the beach tags and enforcement for the beach tags. when that occurs. So in other words, we're hearing $31,000, $113,000 with an $82,000 income that's going to help, which is great, right? Because we're going to need probably now some more lifeguards and things like that for Whale Beach, because for instance, down there's no lifeguards. Do those people still pay for a beach tag, or is that going to remain a free beach?
It's going to be just like our neighboring communities. All their beaches are charged. There's no portion that's free. There's no portion that's not charged. They're all paid beaches. What's going to happen is the $82,000 profit. Right now, we're spending over $350,000 on lifeguards. We're spending approximately $100,000 a year for beach replenishment if you average it out over the 5-year lifespan of it. Probably a little bit more with trash removal and all that. Our beach expenditure is well over $600,000. This doesn't. The $82,000 income is not. It helps us offset that. It doesn't mean we're going to spend $82,000 more.
No, and I appreciate that. My concern, I guess, really was just more surrounding the fact that, we're introducing all these new things, and I guess where I was getting at was just with that $82,000, we just don't want to see that diminished. If that's going to be the true return, that's great.
Well,
Yes.
I don't know that anybody can give you an absolute guarantee on that. And that's why there'll be some further discussion on it when the ordinance is introduced and move forward. We really need to drill down to make sure that what paid is kind of what's being projected. I compliment Committeeman Coggins for, putting together the pro forma, and, I don't think I don't want to speak for the rest of the committee, but I know personally myself, and I'm pretty sure the committee would agree, that we're not looking to get into something that's going to cost us money. We're not looking into something that couldn't potentially help our budget so that we can maintain the beaches and do the proper thing for that particular area. If that's ultimately found out not to be the case, then it's probably fruitless to do it. So, but having said this, I guess moving to another, like all of a sudden I lost the pictures again. I moved to another room hoping to rectify that. Having said that, I do think that, we're getting closer to where we need to be, and trying to drill down to come up with those figures. So, but if you wouldn't mind, I appreciate all your questions. I would like to entertain some of the other folks that would like to speak to us.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, just one last comment. Just saying, $45 was the original price. So just making sure that we stick with 25 for the beach tag and don't tax us an extra 20.
There's a very big consensus on that price, 20 and 25.
Just for the record, there's still not a price established. Last time we had to start somewhere. We had to have a kicking off point. This is what's probably going to be in the ordinance. Based on public opinion, it could change. I don't see it changing, but it could change.
Well, I wouldn't be interested in it if it does change. So there you go.
And Mayor, that was my concern. My concern was just that I didn't want to see $45 turn into a $25 beach tag and $20 extra in taxes. You know what I mean? And we wind up with $45 beach tags anyway. That's my concern.
Okay.
We're at 20. We're at 25.
This has been very informative discussion, but I would like to give some other folks an opportunity to speak. So who would like to also address the Township Committee?
Wayne Thomas, 1 East Williams in Strathmere. I'm also Vice President of the Strathmere Fishing Environmental Club. If I may address the correspondence you received from us regarding green infrastructure.
Sure.
Okay, so again, I appreciate the committee receiving our letter and putting on the agenda tonight. For us, we think it's very critical here that the township engages, and our ask was a resolution at least to adopt the principles. We didn't expect that there was going to be any kind of commitment tonight or financial, but at least to adopt that this is an issue for the township, the entire township, and really something needed to be done. I would like to offer that the letter involved, or at least we collaborated with Mr. Doug Gaffney, Vice President Mott McDonald, Deputy Coastal Practice Lead, and he's also on the call, as many of our other board members and our 250 plus membership here on the call. And really, I just wanted to make sure, our ask was that, commit to adopt those principles, and really a call to initiate more planning. If we ignore if we ignore the problem, it's only going to get worse. There's already significant flooding, erosion that's starting to, not only affect, the properties, the property value, but, places where, our EMS and fire department need to route to help other areas within our entire township there. So, again, appreciate that it was on the agenda, and we'd like to really initiate a long-term planning and an open discussion.
Okay, I appreciate that. And as I think was stated earlier, we're actually considering looking at funding to see what's available. I mean, again, it's very difficult to speak because we really haven't voted on anything, but generally speaking, I think, most of the committee are at least receptive to the idea, and certainly, potentially moving forward with some plan in place. So, I mean, I don't know that anybody was prepared to give an exact answer tonight, but I do think that, again, generally speaking, that, that there is support from the township committee to look at something like this. So.
Right. Now, we appreciate that. And even stated in point 6 of our letter, I mean, we're not just here to throw stones and arm wave. We offered some donations and even some participation on our part to try to get this thing kicked off. So, appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you. Who else would like to speak?
Bob Rush, 430 Woodbine Road, councilman for the New Jersey Fisheries Council as well. I would like to know where the committee stands on wind energy. There's been a lot of talk about windmills, wind energy, and I'd like to know where Upper stands on energy for windmills.
Well, and Dan, you can chime in at any time. The committee generally supported the wind turbines, mainly because there's been some, I'd say, significant discussions on potentially running that power line to the B.L. England site to continue to have the power grid in place. It's certainly something that we would be interested in, and certainly, well, we are at this point supporting, beyond, but it seems like what's happened is, the discussion has gone from wind generation to the aesthetic opportunity on the horizon as to what, these wind turbines would look like. From our perspective, we'd like to somehow, keep whatever we can at the B.L. England site, because of the allocations that come to the township. And then it becomes a viable area that will continue to have, this electricity that's generated be sent through the grid. But there's no guarantee at this point because, in all sincerity, Ørsted has, and it's public knowledge, like they have said that they haven't made a decision between B.L. England or the Atlantic City site. And most recently, there's been resistance by Ocean City, although again, I think there's some confusion because that's a federally and state agreed upon, project that there was a lot of bidding and a lot of, background information was going on there. How much jurisdiction we as a municipality have, that's kind of difficult to determine at this point. But I'll turn to Dan Young and maybe he can give a few other insights to it.
Well, the committee's done a few things in support. They've met with Ørsted. They've expressed the support of the project, primarily with decommissioning of B.L. England and there being a substation out there. It's a small shift to allow a substation for connection to the grid by the windmill farm. In addition to that, we adopted an ordinance that allowed Ørsted to lay its cable in the one street, I think it's Cove Road, if I'm not mistaken. Paul, is that the?
Clay Avenue.
Clay Avenue, that was it. Cove Road's on the other side of the parkway. Clay Avenue, that we allowed them to place their conduit through that, if it happens. But there's a lot of regulatory hurdles and we are not selected as a site yet. As the mayor said, it is between Atlantic City and Upper Township.
Well, if I can add, from a business standpoint, having a fishing boat in Sea Isle City, tourism boat as well, there's a lot of unanswered questions that we can't get answered by any of the windmill companies itself. You know, get a lot more science done, and I think before we say yay, we're nay, I think there needs to be a lot more homework done before these actually go out. There's a lot of stuff that they can't answer, and there's a lot of stuff that they won't answer.
I will mention and just reiterate, because the mayor said this as well. Whether or not windmills go out off the coast has nothing to do with whether they hook up at Upper Township. They've already gotten approval and designated a site up in Ocean County. If the state and federal government decide to allow it to happen and provide the funding, I believe, that is necessary for it to happen, it's out of the hands of the local municipalities. That's not to say that significant people couldn't lobby state and federal policymakers, but the policymakers at the local level have no control over whether the project's actually going to occur or not.
I understand that, but looking forward, you know, the state does follow some of the leads from all the local townships as well. So, you know, when push comes to shove, you know, if everybody in South Jersey is adamantly opposed to them, we'll upper follow suit. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Who else would like to address the Township Committee?
This is David Cummings, 1808 South Commonwealth in Strathmere. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Just want to reinforce support for the parking that's been described tonight, support for the enforcement aspects, and support for the beach tag effort. I think we want to remind everybody of why we're having these conversations, and we don't want to have a repeat of last summer in Strathmere.
I want to stress though, and it's important for everybody to understand, beach tags are not a solution for parking. Beach tags are a solution to help offset the budgetary constraints that we have on the beach. So it's not a discussion we should be having at this point.
Well, I wasn't trying to connect them all. I'm just saying I support all the discussions that have happened in the meeting tonight. We've been talking about this for several months. And I guess my point is that, you know, we're getting close to the start of the season and we need to put it in high gear over the next 4 to 6 weeks. We're going to make some progress here. And just support the things that have been said and want to see this implemented for this season and not miss the opportunity.
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Mayor, everybody has been unmuted, so they've all had a chance to speak up.
Yes. Jennifer Porter on behalf of RCK May.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that again?
Sure, Jennifer Porter on behalf of RCK May.
Right, so Dan, this is an attorney.
Yeah, I know who it is. I know who Jennifer Porter is.
Right. Go ahead, Jennifer.
Yes, hi. I just wanted to make a very brief comment. I understand that the Township Council tonight will be discussing the RCK May redevelopment process in closed session. And so I just wanted to make one comment with respect to the agreement. As the council is aware, the timing in connection with the redevelopment process is becoming more and more critical as the days pass. And so it's our hope that we can come to a finalization of the agreement in short order. And so we wanted to just express to the council that we're happy to meet with the council. We're happy to address any questions, but we look forward to hopefully finalizing that agreement soon.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yeah, Mayor, they've all the callers have been unmuted, so anybody that wanted to speak had an opportunity to.
All right. Dan, are you comfortable that we
Yes,
have fulfilled our?
and unmuted, and you've asked 2 times for anyone that wants to make public comment. I think you're fine.
Okay. So I'm going to close the public comment portion and ask Committeeman Coggins to make a motion to go into executive session. I would stress that there's an opportunity for further comment based on any outcomes from the closed session. That the committee will come back to open session when we've completed the discussions that we have in place. So again, Committeeman Coggins, if you would make that motion, I'd appreciate it.
I hereby move that a resolution be incorporated into the minutes authorizing the Township Committee to enter into an executive session for the following matters pursuant to the Open Public Meetings Act. The matters are contract negotiation with J.A. Montgomery, with conflict municipal prosecutor, with special legal counsel, with Bainbridge Associates, with our municipal engineer, and with collective bargaining. Potential litigation / contract negotiation with RC Cape May Holdings LLC. Litigation regarding tort claims. Litigation regarding Township of Upper Whippoorwill Campground LLC and personnel. I also include in my motion the estimated time and the circumstances under which the discussion conducted in closed session can be disclosed to the public as follows. It is anticipated that the matters discussed in closed session may be disclosed to the public by the determination of the Township Committee that the public interest will no longer be served by such confidentiality. With respect to employment and personnel matters, such discussions will be made public when formal action is taken or when the individuals involved consent that it can be made public. With respect to contract negotiations, such matters will be made public when negotiations have ceased and there is no longer a reason for confidentiality. With respect to the litigation matter, such discussions will be made public when litigation is complete and the applicable appeal period has expired.
Second, call the roll, please.
Mr. Barr,
Yes.
Mr. Coggins,
Yes.
Mr. Corson,
Yes.
Ms. Hayes,
Yes.
Mayor Palumbo.
Yes.
Motion is carried.
Thank you all for attending this evening. Thank you for those that contributed during the public session. We do appreciate your comments because it's very important as we try and make some, I think, very critical decisions in the next couple of weeks. Your input is very valuable at this point. So I wish everyone a great week and thank you for joining us this evening, and we'll talk again soon at our next meeting. Take care. Oh, again, I apologize. We may be back for some open session things. So
We are coming back to open session. There's a notice on the screen. We'll be coming back into open session after closed session is over, and we may or may not take action, particularly with respect to the one agenda item that we bumped to the end of the agenda, and any other matters that we discuss in closed session that needs to be acted on in open session.
Okay, thank you all.
Izzy.
Hi, I'm here.
Do we have everyone from the committee here?
Yes.
Where's
Yeah.
Curtis?
Where's Curtis? Oh, there he is.
There he
There he
is.
is.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, if we're all here, we need to back into adjourn closed session and go back into open session.
I'd like to make a motion that we adjourn from closed session and resume the public portion of the meeting.
Second.
Mr. Barr?
Yes.
Mr. Coggins?
Yes.
Mr. Corson?
Yes.
Ms. Hayes?
Yes.
Mayor Palumbo?
Yes.
Motion is carried. Now we're going to do item number 8 on the agenda. Separation from service of Michelle Sampson as provisional
Yes.
employee.
Someone want to make that motion? All right, I guess the buck stops at the top. I'll make that motion.
Second.
Mr. Barr?
Yes.
Mr. Coggins?
Yes.
Mr. Corson?
Yes.
Ms. Hayes?
Yes.
Mayor Palumbo?
Yes.
Motion is carried.
Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Call the roll.
Mr. Barr?
Yes.
Mr. Coggins?
Yes.
Mr. Corson?
Yes.
Ms. Hayes?
Yes.
Mayor Palumbo?
Yes. Have a good evening, everyone.
Meeting adjourned, 10:39 p.m.
Good night.
Good night.
Thank you. Good night.